Yeah, we'll do it. We can detective, can't we? And if we can't, you guys can cheat. It's usually the way. New streamer. I'm back.
Men of broader intellect know that there is no sharp distinction betwixt the real and the unreal.
What, HJ? You got a point and click.
I am mad. They said the two locals found me in the morning, 7 miles from the town
Evo.
of Windlaps. I was laughing and muttering meaningless gibberish to myself. I was cursing and arguing with myself. A raving madman with burning
Hey, bro.
eyes, lost in the dark depths of his own merciful delirium.
Shivers.
They say that I have
It
been
might.
searching for a particular grave in the local cemeteries. They were right. If you knew whose grave it was,
We use betwixt
you would understand.
instead of between.
So my behavior, which seemed abnormal, had nothing to do with madness. You must understand that.
My madness was not
If
madness.
you knew what had happened to me, then you would, I promise, also understand the reasons for my behavior. It all started on that cold November day. That was when I was given the case of the fugitive suspect, Loath Nolder, a man whose intelligence I greatly admired. He had returned after 5 years of traveling to bizarre locations and had become the primary murder suspect in the first case he took on. It was Loath Nolder who left Wellsmouth those 5 years ago, but was he the same man who returned? That's the question. This I will leave to the judgment of the readers of these notes. They tell me that I've been here in the Wellsmouth Mental Institution for 2 weeks now.
It's the
Is it
goblin
really that long?
candle
I
holder.
cannot say. I do not remember the first 8 days. The doctors tell me I am making progress. I think they are lying. It takes me longer every day to remember where I am, even who I am, after I wake up
What I
in
am.
dreams. That is why it is essential to keep these notes as I struggle to convince myself that I am really mad. Because before the night that I was found, I looked into the deepest wells of madness more than any man alive. Yes, I am definitely mad. I must be. Because everything I have seen through the eyes of insanity's omnipresent soul.
What? I mean, I guess we might be in a basement. Bug! What? Why Galarians?
Stupid man thing!
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
China. Our homie. Cuckoo clocks.
Stupid man thing!
What's it doing? There is no handle. I could be fake. I could be. What's it doing? No, he's.
Did you
he's
speedrun your sleep fail?
The speedrun it? No, it took me 3 days to sleep. Pizza 4.0 did survive. We defeated it. Rainish had 5 heart attacks and survived them all in the final battle. And emptiness. I feel like there's something in the darkness. Is there? Yeah, but then I had to sacrifice him because you have to sacrifice 2 people. Strange graffiti. What does this mean? Who drew all this graffiti? What a beautiful room. Reminds me of somewhere. Is this room that... Oh. No. This... It's locked. Hello? Jerry?
Oh, another nightmare. What's going on with these dreams I've been having lately? So vivid. Almost as if they were real.
You late for work? My cell phone. The Nokia brick.
Yes, Arthur?
At last? Where were you? I've been trying to contact you for hours.
What's the problem, Arthur?
Loath Nolder escaped from the hospital last night. I've been calling you for hours with the news.
Strange. I never heard the phone.
Check your answering machine. I left several messages.
Anyway, what happened with Loath?
No one knows. It's like he just vanished out of the place overnight.
Okay.
Loath.
I'm on my way in now.
Howard,
Kind of name is Loath Nolder.
Just a little tired, Arthur. I must have overslept last night. Nothing to worry about.
okay. I'll see you soon.
We get a radio. My mind. There's nothing to think about. Okay, good to know. He said he left me a message. It's odd. Didn't Arthur say he left messages for me? Better call him and ask about this. No messages. Achievement. Discovery the answering machine has no messages. I and my nightmares. Oh, there's going to be a lot of reading, isn't there? Preface. There are times when even the Wait, how long is this? Duh. Dear. Same people as Scratch? I don't think so. But I'm not sure. I mean, it's the same, probably the same engine, but... Or maybe it's not the same engine. I don't know. There are times when even the howlings of the fearful sirens are not enough to affect one. There are times when even the withered moon that is hidden behind a cloud can affect and shatter a life, which is the darkness of a cave. Illusions of myths that are long forgotten affect and dominate the imagination unexpectedly. Thus, some people imagine primordial forests in which thousands of unknown life forms are living, dark cities where life ended eons ago, and deserts where the highest towers of those dark cities are now no more than simple pieces of rock revealing only very tiny portions like the tip of an iceberg. They wander in vast crypts which are full of the permanent smell of death, and in places where one can remember that beauty and splendor had once existed, proving that no beauty and splendor can exist forever. Some folk observe fascinating and dreadful details which others miss, and even if these details are sufficient, underline. How do I have any clue what I might underline? Nothing particularly interesting. Some folk observe fascinating and dreadful details which others miss, and then, even if these details are sufficient to make them crazy, you can understand their meaning, but these details are carved into the minds of the ones who deliberately miss them, and it is time they changed into myths, which in turn induce consternation. Sometimes the past that should be dead shows itself cruelly in instant hallucinations and enchanted dreams. In such a situation, a person can only have peace. The Bait Canarium? I don't think I've seen that one. In such a situation, a person can only have peace when he forgets everything. The fundamental thing is that really time is the only friend of forgetfulness. Friendships are not eternal. Peace is a luxury which can be obtained through eternal sleep. For those who do not have nepenthe. Edwin Pickman. Wonder if I should have done standard difficulty. I'm not sure. Like, I guess we'll figure it out. And this might not be relevant. I mean, it says there's nothing particularly interesting, but I don't know if that means anything. I should not have. Okay. The burnt house. There it stands under sunlight, a marker to show it's still there. As black as night with no moonlight, and its doom is laid so bare. Once suddenly, within devouring fires, it was burning, turning into a black, threatening mark, and the screams were shaking, breaking and taking away the laugh, which would then be only a whisper, ended a tremendous hark. All there ended their laugh, which with this tremendous hark. I keep thinking like those noises are like outside, but they're actually in the game, aren't they? Like a thunderstorm or something. Fires devoured their screams as little demons fled with a laugh. Before the eyes of the ones who ran in dread through the dark, then the house burned and turned into black, threatening mark. I've heard this game is really good, though. And I don't know about the second one, but hey, Boto. Time of the triumphant witch. It was noisome, bleak, and stormy night. That night after my friend Harold Gallo died. He was just 18, so full of life and bright. Found dead, alone in his home by the riverside. So it's just, okay. Different poems. Cthulhu? It's like different lurker. I think these are like different monsters and places. Yeah, there's a lot here. It's Cthulhu. Arthur. Where's my messages?
Yes, Howard?
Arthur, it's me again. Sorry, I think I might have missed a few things earlier.
Okay, Howard. What do you want to know?
Could you explain the situation again?
Last night, at around 2:45 a.m., we got a report that Loath Nolder had disappeared from the hospital. I tried calling you several times on the way over there, but I couldn't reach you. When we got there, we found out that no one had actually seen him escape. A nurse doing the rounds noticed that he was gone and raised the alarm, but we don't know the actual time of his escape.
You called me? So why didn't you leave a message on my machine?
What do you mean? I left plenty of messages. You didn't get them?
I don't know, Arthur.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
first
this
person
old
pointy
machine is
clicky.
broken.
It's all pre-render.
Never mind. We'll talk about it when I get to the office.
See ya.
Day 1. Some paintings of a young and infamous... Wait. I used to say he had a bright future. I don't... Painting the young and infamous painter Harry Wilcox. It does scroll the text, kind of. Wonder if I can change that. Whoa. I assume that's text scroll? Who knows? This... Sound design does seem like it's probably pretty good. Who was my friend? Last year he died in a tragic car accident. Dreamcatcher from childhood. Good luck charm. Said that it protects from the owner from nightmares. Nightmares are trapped in a web to be dispersed by the first rays of light. Eye nightmare, just an adhesive strip to drop into the nightmare where, see what, the painting always reminded me of that poem. Favorite books of poetry. Robot. A tree. A tree.
Lego.
Legos. Justin, thanks for 6 months.
A chicken!
Eat my clothes and something other things in here. Nothing of interest. Oh, I didn't watch the trailer. I don't know. For the pre-order. I don't know. I didn't know there was a new trailer, but... The game looks good in general, though. Stinking city. Sure. Belloplex. Aftastic. Carilphus? Want me to do the stinky command? It's too far out of the way. I'm busy. Wait. We're in this weird hallway. This is my house? It's different, though. I'm so forgetful these days. I forgot my car keys. God damn it. Three different dips, so you got all the dip but no nachos? Why'd you do that? Where the hell do we keep our car keys? Tree. In here? Give me the money. Why do we keep our car keys in a box in a drawer? Why don't we have like a key hanger or something?
Nachos.
My car keys. It's just one loose key. We don't have a key ring or whatever. Whatever. This office has been mine since I was promoted to police detective.
Well, Smith, never much happening here. Just run-of-the-mill cases and paperwork to catch up on. That's my normal working day. But not with this case. I've got to admit, it's been good to be dealing with something a little out of the ordinary for once.
I don't know. When something out of the ordinary happens, it's usually bad.
These are investigation pictures taken at Loath Nolder's office. There was nothing there when we first searched the place. I have examined the place several times since then, but couldn't find any clues. That office is the only property Nolder owns. He even sold his house to help pay for his strange travels around the world. So why didn't he sell his office as well?
Overconfidence.
I'd better take these pictures with me. Maybe
Okay.
there's something here we're not seeing.
Ooh, maybe. It's picking them up one at a time. Okay. Whoa. I'm gonna guess this is a frame rate problem. How do I know if I found something? How do I know? Why can't we zoom in more?
What is this?
It's a picture. Am I looking for something? Register of deaths. Clark Field. The Air W&L Company. Place at Northwood Forest. How do I have any idea it's worth underlining? Nothing particularly interesting. Maybe that's how you figure it out. That just kind of helps you.
I never saw him.
Nothing
again.
interesting. Loath Nolder. Tease was found on the borders of Northwood Forest, about 85 miles from north of Wellsmouth Town Center. An ID was found on him for identification. His brother Jonathan Field was summoned. He identified the deceased and added that he has been missing for some time. He explained that he hasn't reported this to the police since he hadn't received a packet with a letter which told him not to do so. He said that he had hired a private detective, Loath Nolder, to find his brother and had given the aforementioned packet to him. Glory to the many. I'd get rid of that. Gone. Yeah, how do you have any idea what you should even underline? If anything. It does say nothing's interesting. Underline everything? Seems counterproductive. Files. Files. least, I mean, I guess we can always... Setting this up to always will make it underline interface appear for all documents in the game, making clues harder to be found. Oh, so the interface will exist whether it matters or not. I mean, these pre-rendered games had good visuals for a while. But eventually 3D... I mean, I don't know how big this genre was, but it did pretty okay in the early to mid 2000s. Because they just looked better. But then 3D hasn't really ever caught up, though, because there's always like this sort of repeating texture thing. There's more uniqueness with this stuff. Is this Google Street View? Yeah. Pretty much. Point click diploma? What's back there? My house. Loath Nolder. Room. Loath Nolder's office. Nothing was found during the police investigation because every record had been strangely effaced. The office has a hushed, expectant air, as though it is hiding secrets, and has been waiting 5 years for Loath Nolder's return.
There wasn't this much mess the last time I was here. It's been sealed for police investigation, but someone's been in here. Who was it? And why? There's nothing important here. It's almost empty.
Ooh. Must be prior to sudden... He visits some African and Ocean countries. Discover what's been altered? Huh? Calendar's 5 years old. This must be from just prior to sudden decision to travel abroad. This has been altered? No. I got some achievement. I don't know what I discovered, but... Earthquake. Earthquake magnitude 6.1 hit Brangston, a small town about 18 miles northwest of Wellsmouth, around 3 a.m. It was reported that 18 people were killed by the earthquake and 137 people were injured. 9 houses collapsed and many more severely damaged. It's further reported that there are still people buried under the collapsed houses. Thomas Cook, one of the reporters of the local newspaper, was at the town center. He told us about the moment the quake occurred. It was a shocking moment. Every building was shaken. Then people started to scream. I could see them jumping from their balconies and windows to save their lives. I've never seen anything like that in my life. The quake felt strongly in the downtown of Wellsmouth, too. Nobody died, but 59 people were injured in the panic caused by the quake. Most of the people spent the night out of in their cars or in the parks. Officials warned people not to stay in damaged houses and be ready for possible aftershocks. None of the buildings in Wellsmith collapsed, but a further... whatever, something. For your future, buy a lottery ticket today. Yes, investment for the future. Of course. Click degree is more useful. It probably is. That looks weird, but I guess it's nothing. Valley's paintings not typical of those on display in your average office. Room was used for storing registers. It was emptied some time ago. I just want this to appear when we know. I don't want it to be like... I don't want it to appear on every document, and then I just think everything's important. And nothing's important. There was that weird PS2 game I played a while back where you had to underline important things, and half the time you'd be underlining like, yeah, see, now it's gone. Half the time we'd like underline the entire paragraph. Yeah, Glass Rose. We were underlining everything in that game. It's all the game was, too. Just keep... Oh, I see. We're comparing. Hmm. You... Something moved this painting. The scene has been sealed off by police. Could have gotten... Let's see the back of it. Seems to be something in it. Need something to open with. Can't be that hard. No! This won't work. Why won't it? Fine, I'll find something else. The keys I have don't fit. Myths and Legends of an Ancient Town. A book about folk myths in Wellsmouth. I vaguely remember my grandfather telling me some of them. This is back when they'd put entire books in games. Sometimes. Aether's Curse. The curse myth may be one of the oldest myths in the region, although controversy surrounds its origins. It's generally accepted the version goes back to ancient times. Need one with ink. That game was a long time ago. I don't even remember which one it was. I mean, I kind of remember what it looked like, but natural phenomenon which occurs every year at particular times in the Northwood Mountain cannot be explained completely even today. Strong winds which with horrible rumbling spray dust and small stones pieces throughout some caves, crack rocks in the Northwood Mountains. Pieces of stone rain down onto the nearby town and are seen after a strong earthquake, which is different than the ordinary small ones which happen in the Wellsmouth first-degree earthquake zone. Earthquake? The folk. The Aether. So much book. Whoa. List of symbols. No idea what they're used for. Me either. Why don't you take it? Or your future buy a lottery ticket. Ooh. Lottery ticket probably is one of the better investments you can make in this country now. All items in this game are used in this manner. Oh. Envelope? Dude. Open it. Open the thing. It moves too fast. The US Powerball is coming to the UK? Wow. How come I can't open this? Doesn't help that the... Wonder if I can, like... Might have to... put a frame rate cap on this thing. Actually, I probably should. Because this is like... I can't... The items, we can't examine them, really. It just keeps spinning. Damn it. There. There's the screen. I screwed up again. I don't know... I'm trying to open the letter. Maybe we just don't open it now. I don't know why we wouldn't open it, though. I don't really see a reason. Arthur, how do I open a letter? Who else do I know? Do I know anyone else? Alan. Irwin, Arthur, Alan. That's all I know. Irwin, Arthur, and Alan. You don't see key... Wait, what keyboard? Keyboard? All the movement is now slower, too. That might be why the text was going so fast, also. I mean, maybe we're just not supposed to open it, but... I don't want to go to my house. Only downside is the movement is so much slower, though, too. Office has been mine since I was promoted to police detective. Peepo helped? I don't know if Peepo helped. Read use. There's no read use button. I got a letter. I have no idea what what am I doing? Nothing to think about. Envelope I found, painting's frame. It was put there after the police investigation. There's no like transition option. Am I supposed to be able to open the letter? I mean, what else would we do with it besides open it? The brain screen. I thought that was for combining thoughts. Whoa, I had to think about it. I didn't think that was for items. I thought it was for these ideas. A key. Paper. Jonathan, you know that I like to stick to the point. I'm writing this note to you because I know that shortly something bad is going to happen to me. Underlining specific words or sentences may give Howard some clues. Press the underline button. Okay.
Hey, bro.
For about 4 months now, we underline Clark. At the end of the letter, Clark is written. Okay. The author. It's written to Jonathan, his brother. These are the notes that Jonathan mentioned in his statement. About 4 months now we haven't seen each other. Oh, wait. And it didn't reveal my location because I knew that as long as I was looking after the company and keeping things in order, you wouldn't worry about me. I'll speak plainly. All documents are researched in this manner. There are still clues in this letter. Good luck finding them. Oh. Good luck finding them. I know you don't like me, and the feeling is mutual, but this is not time for such matters. About 1 year ago, I bought a house, old northern quarter, and I was living there during the gradually increasing time periods when we didn't speak to each other. But just the old northern quarter. Does that matter? Interesting. Well, it's not quite what I underlined. Bought a house. Secretly bought a house. Guess I was close enough. Standard difficulty can make Howard research the visible pages and find clues automatically. True to my nature, mysteries of olden times always attracted me much more than anything else. And you know that I never wanted to mention my present situation neither to you nor anyone else. In fact, up until 2 months ago, I never considered such a thing. Now, despite the inconceivable nature of the situation that I'm in, I can hardly suppress my feelings of reluctance. You can call the sort of childish jealousy, but I don't care. Right now, it is impossible to tell you what has happened. If you wonder, you will acquire a little information from my notes I have included in this package. There's just one thing I want from you. Do not go there. And sell it in any way you can. Do this for both of us and for your family's honor. And don't go to the police regarding this affair. Don't go whatever happens. You can find the address below. We will not meet again. Take care, Clark. Here's the address of the Clark Field House. The key in the envelope must be his house key. Casually. I mean, it works, I guess. You just buy more houses. Increase the price of housing for everyone. Better go there. Ooh. We did something. Clark Field's younger brother. Okay. I mean, I guess the important thing was probably just the address, but... Oh, wait, I have more items. What am I doing? What am I doing? Clarkfield's notes. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we don't have to write on this one, though. 1/3/2011. I decided to write these notes precisely 1 month after I bought this house, in which I found myself lost in thought, adrift in its dim silence. I escape the meaningless monotony of my life by listening to every creak, every sound in the house makes. I may not write often, but I think that these notes are important. I found this house only by an astonishing coincidence. I had gotten lost in the snow-covered narrow streets of this part of the city. While I was wandering, I felt in awe, as though I were adrift in some misty past. I awoke from my wonder and strove to find the way back. Is how I came to this house. Its majestic appearance attracted my attention. For some time, I had wanted a place to come to from time to time to listen to this overlooked world of the past that no one knows and where no one wants to come. Huh? New art? Oh, you're talking about art sellers or whatever? Art bots? I found a barely legible metal plate on the half-ruined garden wall that showed the number of the house. It was covered with rust, probably as old as the house itself. Without hesitation, I recorded this number in my digital organizer, which I bought some time ago. Of my increasing forgetfulness, when I inspected it from the outside, it was obvious that no one lived there at the time. I examined it in order to learn if it was for sale or not, and I can't describe my feelings when I found the person who was selling it. Later, I talked to the vendor, and with a happy smile on his face, I remember he said that he had never come here before the house had been left to his company because of a mortgage, and he wanted to sell it right away, but never thought that this would happen. He didn't know anything more about the house, and in fact, I wouldn't have cared if he had. I bought it without hesitation. There is one point that I don't want to continue without mentioning. After I bought the house, I learned that it had another admirer who introduced himself as Ivar Bergen, a Norwegian immigrant. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he was a wealthy person, and I remember that he said when we first met that he was also an aspiring owner, but it seemed that he was too late. The Norwegians wanted the house. 2011. This house is old and the real place beyond my imagination. I cannot stop thinking of what it would say if the walls could talk. Some of the surrounding houses have been abandoned and shunned by people and are on the brink of collapse. A few of them even collapsed a long time ago. It makes me wonder as to the probability of restoration having been done fairly recently. The house is still standing firm and strong. I am sure that this house is as old as the surrounding ones. Maybe the main reason for the bad reputation of this quarter is the different rumors that have spread about some of the abandoned houses. These rumors recount how these houses have sometimes had bad owners, including some unknown foreigners. Some people in this town consider the crime rate to be high here, but that has not been my experience. The inhabitants of the neighborhood keep very much to themselves and don't socialize frequently, other than to gossip quietly amongst themselves. 2/16/2011. Starting to get to know Ivar Bergen, and can say that our interests coincide almost completely. He visited me after our first meeting, and we took the opportunity to talk at length. He managed to enchant me with his vast knowledge of mystic subjects. We talked the night away, discussing topics of mutual interest, and he told me about the things he experienced in some Eastern European countries and in India, and about his connections with some really esoteric and secret people and societies. He told me that he had read some books and tomes which were prohibited, or attempts had been made to try to destroy them a time ago. I cannot describe the pleasure I had when he expressed his unbelievable theories about the background of most things which are assumed to be superstitions, with proofs cited from things he had read in some of the ancient sources. For a long time I lived alone amongst ordinary people, and cannot describe the empty feeling that I always feel within me. From now on, I think that I will not have such a problem anymore. In life, it is really hard to find someone who you could speak with, even within your own family. I told Ivor this from the bottom of my heart and encouraged him to visit me whenever he likes. 3311. Before tending the outdoor areas, I decided to restore the interior of the house. To do this, I was assisted by the original blueprints while I was checking the antique furniture last night. In order to decide what to throw away, I found one carved wooden statue and a strange well, like dig, whose opening was carefully covered with a single piece of rusty metal plate and some wooden blocks. I had not checked this room since this key was not given to me with the others. Why is it always some weird old house and you're missing one key, and then you find some idol and then Cthulhu shows up? But he never actually shows up, you know? You just get the madness instead.
Feeding the baby.
Yes. I might have noticed this beforehand, but I didn't have time to get the keys, being busy with the company agreements, and the man from whom I bought this house was abroad traveling. Incidentally, there was another point that I can't continue without mentioning. That room, which oddly enough contains a well, has no electric wiring. It is really strange that, in contrast, all the other rooms have electricity, so I had to light up the room with some lanterns I found amongst the old furniture in the house. It felt a straight cold draught coming from within the carefully covered well. Why is there a well inside the house, too? And occasionally I heard some rattling sounds, but because I didn't have a strong enough flashlight, I couldn't examine the situation down below. I even threw a few small wooden blocks down, but I only heard sounds which made me think that the ground at the bottom of the well is covered with mud. As soon as possible, I'm going to buy a stronger flashlight and we'll try to examine down below. There isn't even the slightest clue regarding the reasons for digging such a well. Maybe it is the entrance to an underground room, which was dug for the purpose of taking shelter during an extraordinary situation, such as a war. I wanted to take a look down there, but the ladder at the side seemed too rusty and flimsy. I decided that trying it would be too dangerous. Also, I tried to find another way, but I couldn't find anything useful at the time. The carved wooden statue is a complete enigma. I have no idea what it depicts. Whenever I hold it, due to reasons that I can't comprehend, I feel it is very ancient. It was carved smoothly from a species of tree that I don't recognize, and it contains a secret compartment that I think that I unintentionally did something because it opened by itself, or maybe it was already open. I'm not sure. There was nothing in the secret compartment. It was completely empty. Oddly enough, I felt that it had once stored something very precious. In addition, a beautiful yet subtle smell is dispersing from within the secret compartment. I cannot tell what it is, but maybe it's some type of incense. So many words. 3/24/2011. I think I've really started to get used to the house. During the first few weeks, although I even hid this from myself, I felt like I was going to get used to being here. I was jumping at every creak and cautiously listening to every sound. I kept waking up because of some excessively dense, strange smells whose source I couldn't identify, and then I wasn't able to get back to sleep again. Yes, this may sound childish, but this house has a genius Loki that is really effective. As if all the creaks which are heard within and all these musty smells are alien. Maybe some of the stories that I have heard from some of the local people have influenced my thinking. The importance of these stories, most of which of them being related to the old owners of the houses, seem too much for the local people. When they talk about these matters, a tone dominates their voices that is a mixture of awe and reverence, and as though they are afraid of being heard, they start to whisper. According to the stories, this quarter is one of the first settlements of the Wellsmouth, and for this reason the houses which are standing now are the reconstructed of, or at least vastly restored versions of the old original ones. There was a special purpose for trying to keep some of the houses intact, and they are too tight-lipped about the purpose. They mention some connections and deep wells, like the one I found in my house, but they refrain from describing the purpose of these. The houses are all connected, so the Cthulhu cult can meet underground, probably. That's what I think. 800-page book. Oh no. I found in my house. They're framed. Okay. If I investigate further, I hope to learn about these connections or deep wells. 421. I've completed all the preparations for the restoration and hired a competent and experienced team. They will start working next week to change all the inner wooden planking and wallpaper. I hope that with these changes I can stop all the musty and other unknown smells. I can't say that Ivor likes this restoration process. He asserted that such changes are going to destroy the original genius Loki, and he argued with me on this for a long time. For some reason that I could not understand, I can't stop thinking that he was more angry than he let on. Yes, I know that he is really sensitive about such topics, but I can't change his opinions. I told him that this is going to be a restoration that is based on the original design. I'm not going to change my mind about this. As soon as possible, I want to have a restoration process completed. Cthulhu? A key? Yeah, that was all the pages. It wasn't that bad. Location. Just drives off the side. Game over. This place welcomes one with a threatening sulk. You can reach it by climbing through 17 shady tunnel-like streets, where the houses bulge and lean against each other, and the hostile natives peer out of windows and doors furtively. Hello? What a mansion. The interior looks much different than the exterior would suggest. Looks so mysterious. I think I can find something here. What do you mean? Just anything? Find what? Something? Bugs. You die in this game. Don't have to worry about saving often. You never know with these. Sometimes, like, nothing happens for like 6 hours, and then suddenly there's like an instant death. Like in the game. If I die in this game, I die in real life. What the? Locked. This door is not locked. Oh, okay. I think there's something behind it that blocks it. Shortcut. Screwdriver? It stands out like you need it or something, but I guess not. Sometimes with these games, they look nice, but like nothing really draws your eye. What do you mean again? Again? This one's a little different though. This one's just a pointy clicky. It doesn't actually have first-person movement, really. Or normal movement. It's like scratches. Although sometimes these are a little worse. I don't know. Really depends how they do things. This one's not too bad, though. It kind of has like a fade in and out. Whoa. I mean, we can look around, but we can't move. We can until we click forward or wherever. Mr. Field's notes. My notes were not the complete set. $517. Past 2 weeks I was out of town because of my job, and when I returned feeling tired, I learned that the restoration had not been completed due to the sounds that some of the workers suggested came from the cellar. This incident made me really angry, and I immediately obtained a strong flashlight in order to find out what those superstitious vagrants may have been afraid of. My purpose was by using the old rusty ladder to go down and just take a look down there but it didn't matter how many steps down I took. The ground continued to be concealed in the claustrophobic pitch darkness of the well. A short time later, I noticed the opening of a horizontal tunnel. I entered the tunnel to check it. I didn't know how long I stayed in there, wondering why and when this worm-like burrow was dug. But then I decided to proceed. I felt that my legs were aching. After moving forward a short distance, I reached a wide chamber which was full of blood-curdling strange statues. On its walls, you could see signs of some erased and now, to a great extent, unreadable writings or wall paintings. The air was dominated by some kind of thick, decaying smell, which caused me to cough frequently. From the opening of the tunnel, on the right and left walls of the chamber, there was some kind of statues which looked almost alive, so much so that just for a second I thought that they would rise and start to walk, which I thought depicted saurian-headed creatures with the bodies of men. There was another figure which seemed to depict a ruler, similar to the hybrid statues on the walls, who was sitting on his throne and watching one of the creatures being sacrificed. This scene was depicted with such realism that no one could look at it without feeling a sense of terror. When I got close to the figure sitting on its throne, I noticed that some of kind of smoke was leaking in from the gaps that were behind the concrete throne. In fact, this was not easily discerned because, if not for the wind, which was blowing the smoke inside, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. I heard some sounds coming from behind the gaps, which allowed the wind and smoke to enter. The presence of these gaps made me believe that there may be other chambers below that one. If so, this could be an important archaeological discovery. I jumped with fright on hearing some noises that were certainly coming from beyond the tunnel in the depths of the pitch-black well. I immediately entered the tunnel, intent on locating the source of the noises. In spite of my strong flashlight, visibility was limited. Through weary eyes, it may have been momentary illusion or enormously magnified shadow of a rat being illuminated by the flashlight beam, but I think I saw something moving down there. I jumped with fright because of this, but only later would I realize that the thing that shocked me and caused me to wake up from the nightmares and shivering to the sounds that came from beyond the darkness that, like a thick blanket, covered the places where merciful moonlight cannot reach. While I attempted to see something with my flashlight within the gluttonous darkness, I heard a feeble voice that came from some faraway place calling out something like, "Come." The voice was very similar to that of Ivor's familiar low-pitched voice. Through the effect that shocked my flashlight, I threw my flashlight into that dense and dreary darkness, and with both hands free, I dashed to the cold, damp, rusty metal ladder, which at the time seemed to me as though it was eons old. While I climbed up, and without daring to look down, I caused a piece of the ladder to be broken off, and it fell into the pitch darkness. Maybe because of the comforting feeling provided by this incident, I managed to reach the top and get out of the well. The next morning, I woke up to my bedroom bathed in sunlight. I thought that all these events were just delusions, merely caused by excessive weariness and insomnia. I reached another conclusion. Maybe Ivor was right about the restoration. This sort of place has very important features, invisible to the naked eye. Hence I decided to leave the house as it is now. I am not going to make any further efforts to restore the house. Brain. We don't need to combine them, I guess. Duh. Pictures. More pictures. Doors locked. Door blocked. Where's the dining room? Locked. Much colder here than the other parts of the house. Also, there are a lot of moths in this house. Strange. Spooky sounds. What soil on the shovel? Huh? Shovel with mud. Smells weird here. Maybe some kind of incense. Smells. Stained piece of fabric. Some kind of slimy substance on it. Could be oily. It could be messy. The hell's that thing? Oh. All he says is messy no matter where I click. What about this?
I never saw him again.
Never. It's locked. Electrical panel. Number of pots. They contain some substances that smell like rue and harmel. I don't know what either of those things even are. Harmel. But what does it all mean? Probably. Oh wait, I do have a key. I haven't even tried to use it. Or was that just the house key and it's gone? No, it's still here. We should try to use the key on the locked doors. The keys I have don't fit. I also have a car key. I don't think that'll help though. I need to try something else. What does it all mean? I don't know. It was murder. The madness. I don't know if that key opens any other doors or just let us in the house, though. I mean, it's still in our inventory, but... Who's there? Key does not fit. The key doesn't seem to fit. The keys I have don't fit. Unreadable paper. Why can't I read it? Clock stopped at 6:55. Why can't I read it? Why can I zoom in here? Can I light this somehow? Later? If I could read it, it would be readable paper? Oh. Pieces of paper and furniture are randomly scattered around. What if it's not random? More moths. Some of the rooms, including this one, have only been partially restored. Either furniture was placed haphazardly.
Howdy ho!
Rope. Some rope. My rope. Yeah, I've heard this one's pretty good. Definitely a slow starter, but most of these are. I cannot see. Take the light. What's that? That looks interesting, but I can't look at it. Do we see Cthulhu? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know which random elder gods are involved. It's like the sink and stuff. Doesn't seem to be anything I can do here, though. Very old books. Volumes of forgotten lore. The thing about these games is they always end up in like a pixel hunt. Like almost guaranteed. A lot of different masks here. Okay. They are African. This is similar to Scratch's. It's very threatening. Do they? I don't know. I don't know. Still life, I have that also. I also have Gray Matter, which is by the Gabriel Knight author. Let's notice about a manuscript. I tend to prefer the third-person point and click. Indication of a strange interests Mr. Field had. Desk calendar with dates have been marked. Dr. Breton? But no matter the point and click, outside of some modern ones and then the occasionally an old one, you always end up in pixel hunts. At some point. At some point you just can't find something you need to click on. I can zoom in a lot of places where I can't do anything, which kind of bothers me, because it makes me think that it will do something later. Large library contains books whose subject matter ranges from magic and the occult to geography and history. Majority of them are very old and difficult to obtain. Books. There's so many just kind of random things that look like they kind of stand out. Another book. Oh, we can underline things. In my teenage years, it was... Well, these notes describe recordings that Mr. Field made. In my teenage years, it was only my joy to examine and roam through places where rumors had been spread. Or was my only joy to. Human lifestyle was not for me. I always searched for the ways of the inhuman. I visited old cemeteries full of dread, old ruined buildings, and spent most of my time in these places which were suffused with the black veil of myths and rumors. One day I bought a sound recorder and started to record the environmental sounds of these desolated places I'd been spending my time. Fairly soon, I had large collections of recordings. Some nights when I couldn't sleep, I used to put headphones on and listen to the sounds which seemingly did not belong to this world. When carefully heeded, the sounds almost materialize to be touched. Genius Loki. What does this even mean? Could be heard. When my secret treasure trove was discovered, by my family, because Jonathan blabbed about it. All my recordings were destroyed. They forced me to go to a psychologist for 1 year. I can still remember how Jonathan would call me Ghoul around that time. Ghoul. Anyway, against all odds, I abandoned this. I think I could say passion. Men never abandoned the things they are bound up in their hearts, even if they are suppressed. They will never forget. When I was 22 years old, Jonathan and I became solely responsible for my father's company. I had no time whatsoever for anything else but work. I was so happy when I took over the company from my father. I will never forget that period of my life. Today, I bought myself a new tape recorder. Something can be underlined. Might not be on this page. As I said earlier, I would never abandon my passion. I can now pursue my interests in a serious, mature way without recklessness of youth. Cassette number 1. Record number 1, 2. Old and new unused Moorland Cemetery, Brankston. Now unused. Brankston is a small old town which was established 18 miles northwest the city center of Wellsmouth. The farms which were situated whilst going to the north are as old as the town itself. There are stories which have been told for a long time about a tomb in an old, now unused cemetery called Moorland Cemetery that is situated right in the old part of Brankston. Tomb? It is said that some nights strange noises within are indescribable, and indescribable disgusting smells come from within the tomb. Is it dead things? Some people who use the rough pathway which passes 100 meters west of the Moorland Cemetery. I don't know what I'm looking looking for. I'm just underlining things. Relate that they saw some tortuously twisted silhouettes and heard some howling, screaming, and squeaking sounds that they couldn't identify. I started my recording here at about 2:48 a.m. It was so dark and overcast that it was almost impossible to see the surroundings. Use a small flashlight, but I had to be very cautious because rumors about some grave robbers who plundered the old graves by spreading all the bones around in a disgusting, inhuman manner. The metallic half-open door of the notorious tomb had some figures and half-reliefs similar to Rodin's The Gates of Hell. It was rusted and started to crumble away. The effect of the passing years. The spacious interior smelled really awful. The cover of the stone tomb was broken, and the interior was visible through an opening. The floor of the tomb had collapsed into a wide underground hole. I heard that during a strong earthquake 4 years ago, some parts of Brixton collapsed into underground holes or caves. I think that same earthquake was the reason for the collapse of the tomb. I recorded both the interior of the tomb and the building surrounded it. Gates of Hell. Yeah, those are everywhere. You can find Gates of Hell in any old tomb or any cave, you know. Number 3. In a cave near Northwood Forest. The whereabouts of this cave, located 3 miles away from the notorious Northwood Forest, is not widely known. Connected to some other caves that form a complex underground network, it is rumored a lot of people have become lost inside, never returned. Some people claim they have seen fires inside and heard some sinister sounds coming from the depths of the cave at night. I have no idea what I'm going to need to underline. Record 4. By the dig in my cellar. Some sounds are coming from the well in my cellar. I don't know what lies beneath it or the reason for its construction. From the top of the well, I used a flashlight to examine the well, but it was too deep for me to see the bottom. The sounds coming from below make me think that there's some animal down there. I believe that it must connect to a tunnel that leads outside somewhere. Record number 5. In my bedroom. For some time, I have been woken up by squeaking, trembling, and slight wind sounds, whose source I can't identify. Several times, hardly suppressing my fear. I roamed the house, but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. It's said that in houses this old, noises are common. I guess I just had to get used to it. Record 6 and 7. In the well. I decided to examine the well because the workers I hired for restoration left the job half done due to some sounds they claimed to hear from within the well. The rusty ladder that I hadn't dared brave before was my only avenue. I brought a strong flashlight to inspect the interior. I decided to record some sounds down there, but I could only record some sounds in the room that the tunnel leads to. When I listened to the recordings later on, I noticed some defects. There were some deep noises and rumblings on every recording. I think that the dirty and choking atmosphere of the well caused my recorder to malfunction. Record 8 through 10. In Ivor's place. An opportunity to make some recording in the worm-eaten place which Ivor and some other friends of his had been using as a meeting place. When I told Ivor that I wanted to make some recordings, he preempted me with a strange, disturbing smile on his face by saying that he was sure that I would succeed in making great recordings. That building, which seems so strangely strong, showing signs of rottenness all over, made me feel very uneasy. Christopher T. Dredden, one of the 3 men. Are you important? Someone named Christopher T. Dredden was also with Mr. Field and Ivor during the meeting. Ooh, a clue. One of 3 men in the meeting, apart from Ivor and me, told me that this place was built by an unknown witch. Is this the witch house? Keziah Mason? I couldn't be sure as to whether he was being serious due to the sardonic smile perpetually on his wizened face, thin, long and pale face, while he spoke to me. Ivor's place. This is a good clue. Ivor. A good clue. Unknown witch. Clue. We found 2 clues. How do I just get another gun? I think we're probably going to have to turn on the easy buttons, though. With all the so much text, I probably missed something, you know, and we'll never know. This showcase is empty. I wonder what strange things were displayed here. What's this? Locked. What kind of number would a forgetful person like Mr. Field use as a password? Birthday? I don't think so. Is this the helpline? Reason to call. What could it be? Yeah, will the answer be nearby or who knows? This note is about a manuscript. Oh, okay. Indications of the strange... oh, yeah. Strange. What was that noise? Wait, I know the code. I know the code. It's human in here. It's Veronica, yeah. That's the 4-digit code. Now, I might know the code. Is that a gnome? The hell? I read about that. Something goes in there, I guess. It's not the code. You had to try, though. There was that clock that was stopped at 6:55 or something. Pretty sure it's at 6:55. Mass. One of many displayed. Evidently, Mr. Field had an interest in these. The wardrobe is locked. That's weird.
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
That's strange. Okay, no key. Okay, thanks for the raid. What was your stream? We're trying to... I don't know what we're doing. We're pointing and clicking. A key! We are pointing and clicking. It's all pre-rendered. What's this? Nothing? Yeah, we get to click. We get to click like once in a while. Investigating some death. But he likes occult stuff. So, huh. Sure, the spooky stuff will show up soon. Oh, we lost some pages. What is this? The summoning, the one who lies beneath. Okay, maybe it was because of this that mankind always tried and is still trying to overcome this obstacle. With the help of some hallucinogenic substances, a lot of carvings and petroglyphs show us the signs of a mushroom cults that existed thousands of years ago. Shroom cults, ATTX. Understanding the soul metamorphosis demands examination of far more complex and esoteric thought systems. Together with the asserted theories required by these systems, it is obvious that the soul metamorphosis is not a state that can be achieved simply through the processes of altering the state of consciousness. It appears that from the allusions which were found in some of the ancient texts, the information about the characteristics of this state is insufficient and leads to even more confusion. But again, a consociate point becomes apparent. This is the probability that the hallucinogenic substances which can be seen in most of the ancient documents, drawings, and carvings may serve as a key catalyzer. Most important example of these can be seen in the stories that are told about the secret Eleusinian mysteries and the Kykeon drink, which were used in these rituals. They are very important in this respect. At this point, I want to continue with some examples from the strange and somewhat confusing book of a notorious German writer, philosopher, and alchemist Wolfgang Schneider, who lived during the latter part of the 14th century, and because of his radical thoughts about religious topics was burned at the stake when he was 68. This book, that was translated into our language as Eclipse of the Soul, is really hard to find presently, and is believed that the original copies can only be found in certain major libraries. In the book, the parts which deal with the very ancient esoteric beliefs called Deverahe, that was said to be directly related to the metamorphosis of the soul, are particularly interesting. According to the book, in the Verahe belief, the starting and ending phases of the metamorphosis of the soul process are depicted with the eclipse of the sun. The writer asserted that this belief is based on an ancient oral doctrine, but he also claimed that he had intentionally kept secret the sources which led him to this information necessary to research this topic could not be found due to the secretive attitudes of the writer, yet according to some ethnologists, signs of this kind of a belief are present in the world. Another source that the writer used for proving his assertions must be mentioned and cannot be ignored. This source is a series of parchments called Summoning, the One Who Lies Beneath. He claimed that the originals had been written in 4839 BC by an Egyptian priest using strange hieroglyphs and some unknown symbols that are not hieroglyphs. He further emphasized that the one he possessed was just a copy of the original brought to him from Cairo and might be dated to 2200 BC. This parchment could not be found despite widespread searches by contemporary mystics. There is speculation that even if the parchment like this really exists, it probably resides in a collection of some rich occultists. The Summoning, the One Who Lies Beneath, is thought to be a compilation described some preparations and rites written by an unknown cult that worshipped Apep and opposed the Ma'at. This writing is, according to some Egyptologists, although there are some who disagree with them. The important thing here is that, once again, the allusion to use of hallucinogens. We know that there were mushroom cults in the Sahara Desert 7,000 to 9,000 years ago, owing to some carvings and petroglyphs. The fact that the texts and diagrams in the book completely corroborate this historical truth proves that Wolfgang Schneider had written about the Summoning, the One Who Lies Beneath may be true. Summoning, the Eleusinian mysteries were annual initiation ceremonies for the cult of Demeter and Persephone, based on Eleusis in ancient Greece. Of all the mysterious celebrations of ancient times, these were held to be one of greatest importance. These myths and mysteries began around 1500 BCE and later spread to Rome. The rites, cultic worship, and beliefs were kept secret. For initiation rites united the worshipper with God and included promises of divine power and rewards in the afterlife. Kykeon was an ancient Greek drink made mainly of water, barley, and herbs. It was drunk at the Eleusinian mysteries. Apep was the deification of chaos and darkness, and thus opponents of light and Ma'at in ancient Egypt. Apep was seen as a giant snake, crocodile, serpent, or in later years, a few cases as a dragon. Ma'at was an ancient Egyptian concept of truth, justice, and order, and balance, and also a goddess who was the personification of this concept. Huh? What am I doing? I don't know. Pants. We already looked in there. We got a key. What does the key do, though? Also, we need a code. It doesn't even let me try to use it here. Yeah. There was a bunch of locked doors downstairs, though. Tripped over a cord? Would you rug burn your knee? 6:55 a.m. Yeah, I tried 6:55 for the code. Didn't work. I'll probably end up turning on, or basically switching it to standard difficulty to auto research the documents and stuff. Probably. We'll see. It is nice that this is one where you can change difficulty, though. While playing. The key does not fit. Broke your big toe. You just stop tripping. I assume the key goes down here in this creepy place. Probably. In. It's the well.
Feeding the baby!
Yeah. Baby. Be surprised what a carpet can do. Old lantern, it still seems to work. Rusty ladder looks flimsy.
A good writer never goes anywhere without his notepad. A good writer never goes anywhere without his notepad.
I have a notepad.
A good writer never goes anywhere without his notepad.
Some pipes.
A good writer never goes anywhere without his notepad. A good writer never goes anywhere without his notepad.
This well looks very mysterious. It's obvious that there's something in which will help my investigation. Rope.
You steal men's souls
It's too dark.
and make them your slaves.
I can't safely get in and out. Notepad? It's from Gabriel Knight 3. It's Tim Curry. I have a lantern. Will we descend? We will, but I don't know if this is a game you can die. What the? Okay, it went away. Something's wrong, though. What is happening? I think I broke it. Hold on. Yes, I will descend. Ladder ends here. I think the ceiling collapsed recently. This was not mentioned in Mr. Field's notes. Huh? A clue? There's a gap here, but it's too narrow for me to fit through. I can't see anything ahead of me. It's too dark. I feel a cold drought. hell's this doing here? A digital organizer here. Probably belongs to Mr. Field. He must have dropped it here. Organizer. Hello? No. That a pig? The madness. What's happening? Oh, I have control again. I can't open my inventory. What was that? Hello? Someone saying help me? We're having a nice cookie. What's happening? I'd better lock the door. I guess. I guess we should lock the door. I still can't open inventory. What? Why can't I go forward? I'm pretty sure it locked Like we heard him. Like I can't open my inventory anyway, so and it made noises like I locked it, so. I mean, we got the arrow. What does it want me to do? Burning. No, if you don't, well, then why don't you leave? When I try to leave, if that's all you want. He just says messy at everything here. And I can't. I have no idea what it wants. I don't see anything here. Tried to leave. I don't want to stay here any. Then leave. Open the door. The other door. What are you doing? What do you mean you don't want to stay here? What does the game want? Blue counters. What the hell does it want? It said he wants to leave. You don't want to stay here any longer? Well, then try the other door. This could be a bug. guess I can go back to here. So it's just supposed to be wide open. And you just leave? Sounds scary. It's already been talking about hallucinogenics, so whatever this mist is probably causes hallucinations or something. We have the madness. Yeah, we can't go to our inventory. Yeah, this is the Clarksfield residence. In the well. Help. Better lock the door. I mean, it's still it's closed right now. Is it going to be open when we turn back around? Pointy cricky, but... So this is supposed to be open now? It's not open. Hello? Something's happening now. I guess the... What the... Yeah, that didn't happen before. What the hell happened last time? Oh well. I guess it just broke. What if you hadn't saved? I saw some... I said, well, we didn't see anything. I am paralyzed with fear. I am. I don't feel well. I need to rest. Are you all paralyzed with fear? Yeah, but this game is only manual saves, and I don't think... A lot of these point and clicks, like, you don't worry about dying because it's not really a thing. Vroom. Was all that I experienced down there real? I mean, you didn't see anything. Or was I influenced by the things described in the notes and the things I've known and read about since I was a child? I have a severe headache. I need to rest. There is something in the air in Mr. Field's residence. Makes me feel dizzy. Something in the air. A clue. We're gonna have a nightmare now. I feel so tired. At last, I will rest. Am I resting? Are we resting? What's happening? Is this another bug? Whoa, that took us so long. What the hell? Why? The... Is that normal? Oh? Who's there? Hello? Wake up, you fool. I was about to turn it off again. I don't know. That couldn't have been normal. The loading time or whatever. Unless they really wanted you to feel like you were sleeping or something. Who could it be?
Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance.
Dino dance. Immersion? But that was like at a level of immersion where I would have turned the game off. I've checked this for 14 months. Who's knocking at the door? I don't remember turning the radio on before I fell asleep. I like how he's already distracted from answering the door. We need the radio to detect the Silent Hill monsters. Yeah, hang on. We're coming. We'll get to the door eventually. How long is this game anyway? You never know with these games. Who's there? Hello? We're still dreaming, aren't we? What? Someone was knocking on my door. Where is he? Well, it took you like 30 minutes to get here. He might have left. It's dark. What's happening? Anybody there? Strange, didn't I hear knocking at my door? The lights are out except for the one in front of my door. I think there's a problem with the electricity. And what is that weird sound coming from beyond the darkness? Beyond the dark. I guess it's not the darkness within then. Hello? What's happening to the radio? I hear someone talking. This game does do pretty good with sound. Well, radio. What's going on with that radio?
No new messages.
Hello? Again. Again? Who is it? Hello? What's going on? I don't understand. Who is this? Is this a joke? This is Silent Hill-y a little bit. It's darker here than before. Is it not real? And the weird monstrous sound is louder. It sounds like a slowly beating heart. Starting to feel afraid. Just starting. The beginnings of fear. Oh well. What is the meaning of this? Or is it just a dream? The movement is very slow in this one. Just, uh-oh. What's happening? Uh-oh. The hell was that? Uh-oh. Cthulhu? Is that you? Hi?
Oh, God.
I'm gonna wake up now. It'll all be fine. It's just a dead guy. It's all fine. I guess we're asleep again. Now I know we gotta wait, though. I don't know if it's load time or just a weird immersion thing. Hello?
I
Smith
never
State
saw
Hospital.
him again.
November 6, 2011. This text just showed up. I don't think it's supposed to be this slow. I think there's something not going quite right here, but
Listen, I need to ask you something about him.
does he have the madness? Help. Help.
He woke up several times during the night. Each time he claimed there was some kind of creature sitting on his chest, preventing him from fully waking up.
That's just sleep paralysis, I think.
Does he suffer from nightmares or any other kind of problems?
Help. Help.
I'm not really sure what you mean.
I see. It's probably nothing. Stress, most likely, brought on by pressures of work combined with not enough sleep. You're his friend. When he gets out of here, tell him to take a break. A long break. He needs it.
The doctor. The darkness is the screen. Day 2, after hospital observation. So we actually did go to the hospital, apparently. The darkness. Darkness within.
What's happening to me?
We've played the
I've been
darkness.
suspended from my police job until further notice.
We got suspended in one day? What happened?
The doctor told me I've suffered a nervous breakdown. They told me I woke up everyone in my apartment building 3 nights ago with my screaming. I don't remember that happening. What's wrong with me? These dreams I keep having, they seem so real. This case, there's something about it. I feel connected to it somehow. But why? Maybe if I could solve it, I could understand some of the other things that are happening to me.
Everyone said Darkness 2 was bad. I did get it though. I have it on Steam. Apparently the first one never got ported though to PC. Is it stop? I don't know. I probably play more bad games than good ones. Whoa, Jesus. The first one was that Street Fighter from... It was about Sonny Chiba, right? I think I just moved his head. But it was like... in like 4 frames. Dude, answer the phone. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we watched a whole movie when we played The Darkness. But there was no way to, like, skip to the second movie.
I'm not at home at the moment. Please leave your message after the beep.
Hi, Howard. I just called to ask you if everything's all right. You had a breakdown, you know. You've got to get some rest, mate. I will call you again, mate. Look after yourself. See you soon.
We've got the madness. We're screwed. Here we can move. There seems to be a weird loading time issue. Better take my medicine as the doctor ordered. Medications. But if I increase the frame rate, like everything does go faster, but then we can't like, it's unnatural. And examining items is harder and stuff. You remember them in the original? It is pretty slow. Hence. Definitely one of the... I mean, none of these games are that fast, but... This one has the slowest movement I think I've seen. Oh! Hello. My pistol I'm keeping in my bedroom, just in case. Take the gun. The ring was left to me by my father. And it was given to him by his father. My father says the symbol on it is the symbol of our family. It's very precious to me. Probably some Cthulhu symbol.
Howdy ho.
Mr. UK. The movement is probably... So things will move faster if I increase the frame rate, but I actually think this is how fast it's supposed to be. Especially because when you examine things in your inventory at a higher frame rate, it's just... It's almost impossible. Field organizer. It's frame rate. It is tied to frame rate. I switched it to 60, but I could do... 120 seemed a bit off. Here, hold on. See, everything's like a bit smoother now, too. See? It's frame rate. This should be 120. I don't know where the frame rate indicator went, but... Why is there a key sitting right here that we can't touch? I mean, there could be something off as well. Were all the things I saw hallucinations? Did the incense smells cause me to experience strange things? Clues? Shovel with mud. Collapsed ceiling. I better change my point of view. I guess that means I'm wrong. Meeting at... Try to make change. My medicine. Where's my medicine? Eye cancer? It's just the old point and clicks. Everything's all pre-rendered and stuff. My medicine. This does seem a bit odd, but you know. The sort of fading movement was pretty standard. Sometimes you could like turn off the fading movement and just kind of the transitions. And generally that was probably better.
Hi, Howard. I just caught you had a breakdown. I will call you and look after yourself.
This radio's loud. We're leaving though. Leaving. As to what I'm doing, I don't really know. Is this a dream too? When I walk out the door, will the world still be the same? At least it's not a bad dream. Where'd the bug go? Oh, the bug was a dream. In the one of the intro dream. Yeah, we played Bad Mojo. I don't think there's clues on here. The victim of my case, Clark Field. He was suffocated to death. Not a clue, though. But I could underline it. What's determining... Your dog dead? What's determining... I can draw there. Born in 1976. When was I not able to... Birth number? Killed on October 21st. Clues. The clues. Doesn't make sense. Shovel with mud. Birthday? I don't think so. Five-year-old. Loath Nolder. Escape from the hospital. What if we're Loath Nolder? Are we the baddies? What if we're the baddies? This place welcomes one with a threatening sulk. You reach it by climbing through serpentine, shady tunnel-like streets where the houses bulge and lean against each other. Hostile natives peer out of the windows. Doors. Whenever it's loading like a dialogue, there's always a big pause. I should search here more carefully this time. I don't know if it's loading, but it definitely likes its pausing. Whether it's intentional or something just loading slow. Clock stopped at 6:55. Can we play Snake? How do I play Snake? Oh well. No Snake. This. Nothing. January 2011, February. 45. It's pretty good. $7.23. Play S word. Forgot your password, press space. Reminder note. When will the triumphant witch be reborn? What the hell? Swordfish. There was something about a witch. Is it going to be Keziah Mason? found the hidden clue? Where are the clues? A cave near... Wood forest. In the well. Earthquake. I'm just going to turn on standard mode. Otherwise, that's what I need. 22. I never would have picked 22 years old. Israel's life changed when he took over his father's company at the age of 22. I picked the relevant thing being, like, I tried to underline like taking over his father's company, but apparently the important thing's this age, not that he took over his father's company. Cassette number 1? That was the important thing? Yeah, no, I would never have. Why would I underline that? As the important thing. Which cassette it is. The clues. Yeah, we're basically playing on standard now. think that's... I actually put in the day he died, which obviously wouldn't be his password. My brain. October 21st is when he died. Was born in 1976, but 1976... Oh wait, 22 years after. Yeesh. That didn't ring a bell. No, it didn't ring a bell. $1998. Oh no. But combining those two didn't work, so I don't think it's going to be the password. And that's the password. It's 1998. So he used the year of the company takeover as the password. Amazing. These are Mr. Field's notes. Cassette number 1. I better insert a cassette first. Part 3. 6911. Last night during our conversation, Ivar blurted out that he had a secret meeting place in Northwood Forest. Yes, I clearly recall this because as soon as he realized that he had made a mistake, he tried to change the subject. After a short while, he realized that I had understood him. He told me that he was planning to invite me there quite soon. First, he had to speak with some people whose identities he intentionally avoided revealing. Yeah, Luna? Yeah, I'm doing it. We're playing. Darkness Within. Dude, this game's got some like really weird long black screens that I thought the game was broken, but it eventually just started loading up. It was really weird. He spoke about this place a bit and emphasized in particular that it had been empty for a long time, but from an aesthetic point of view had every comfort that people like us always seek. He told some tales about this place which is far away from the closest habitation and came about through the series of events that are mostly forgotten now. He told me that it always seemed to me to be a place of pure evil, without even taking into account a few rumors. It is not known who built it or when it was constructed. In time, it became an object of fear, which also caused people to be afraid of the forest. He left after that, telling me that he would soon invite me to this place where he had some of his special friends met. After he left, my mind was churning with strange thoughts. After so many gruesome things had been mentioned about it, it may sound strange to put some people that I still wanted to see such a place where darkness and myths and dark medieval ages were imprinted. But things like that are the only things that matter to someone like me. It is dark. This is the Steam version. How long did it take you to... I don't know, maybe you didn't, but I've already kind of given up on trying to find the right things to underline. It's like myself. It's like underlining like the whole page. Just underline all of it. Yeah, but that doesn't work either. So now I've just got the button. 7:15. After quite some time, I got to see that special secret meeting place that Ivor had mentioned and promised to invite me to. Pretty much what I was doing, but now I'm just pushing the button. I'm just here for the Cthulhu, who we're never going to see. During a stormy night, I had to traverse Northwood Forest, a place that no one wants to enter after dark. I'm actually thinking this is probably based on Dreams of Witch House, though. I mean, they're already talking about a witch to be resurrected or something. Due to the lonely nature and notorious twilight world, which can daunt even the bravest person, I drove my car through the forest on an even soil pathway between the dimly lit evanescent lights and sounds which resemble the nighttime frolics of the wild fawns. Suddenly I saw, or thought I saw, some recesses which probably opened up to some underground clefts or caves about which I had heard many tales during my childhood. Since some of them are believed to be meeting places for witches, this caused me uneasiness to grow. Maybe the matter that caused me to be so greatly affected there is the 200-year-old incident that had caused a drunk named Annabelle Gracio to scream horribly while running to town on an even soil pathway and trails from that forest. He had been bleeding profusely, and because of his screams, he had caused everyone to wake up and gather around him. I read this story of craziness in the newspaper article as told by the drunk himself. In this article, he mentioned a group of people who had worn clothes made from animal skins, living in a small cave hidden by the forest at the foot of Northwood Mountain. After eating something, this strange group summoned something from beneath a dark well-like hole by pounding the palms of their hands onto the ground and playing a thing that the drunk described as a musical instrument, which was set up at the edge of that dark well-like hole. After that, as a result of the thing that had answered the group's call and come from below the well-like hole, the drunk had run screaming as the noise all the way to the town. And I know that, according to the article, all the local people accused him of being in a drunken stupor while in the forest and inventing the entire story. I had investigated the story and discovered that it was in accordance with some historical truths, and I decided that these are not matters that can be invented by a simple drunk like Annabelle Glaucio. Maybe for that reason, that night, I proceeded through the forest with a cautious feeling inside me. Now, I can't be sure. When I reached that sinister-looking place situated on a cliff just outside the forest, the time was 2 a.m. It was not large, but its old, darkened, waterlogged, and worm-eaten wooden planks made it seem disturbing, and since I could not discern its features in the darkness of the moonless night, it seemed to me more formidable with this manifestation. I couldn't help thinking that Edwin Pickman was looking at it when he wrote these lines. There it stands under sunlight, a marker to show it's still there, as black as night with no moonlight, and its doom is laid so bare. So much reading. A lot of these games basically just put a whole book in there as like a note. Some of them literally did that, like Dracula 3. But, yeah. Participating in the meeting were 3 strange people, in addition to Ivar and myself. Elder Scrolls, yeah, those games had, like, basically books, too. As time passed, our conversation got deeper, and I felt as though their verbal and facial expressions were emitting a penetrating, dense evil sensation and a disgusting pressure which made me feel nauseous. But Dracula 3 had, like, the entire Dracula book in it, as well as the Bible. At first I thought that this feeling, which somehow I couldn't shake off even though I'm firmly tried, was caused by the height and age of the place, but now I shiver with fear much more than even that night when I remember looking into their corpse like dull eyes and remember the fast movement of their exceedingly thin bodies and their whispering in an unfamiliar language while looking directly at my face. Yeah, it's like they put a whole bunch of lore books and made them basically like real books, but I mean, obviously they were short, but there were still a lot of pages for in-game reading material. Until morning, in that worm-eaten building, which is standing on that sinister cliff, we spoke about suspicious topics and unknown secrets without caring about the freezing effect of the whistling wind that blew in from between the rotten old planks. Maybe the thing that helped me not to care about the place and, most important of all, about those 3 cadavers were the topics that enchanted me and benumbed me like alcohol. These topics were beyond all ordinary human thinking and perception. They showed me some carved antique stone pieces and old books, and told me about the hidden machine that only Franz Mesmer dared mention, and about the powerful alchemists and magicians whose names are unknown to ordinary people. I couldn't help thinking that there were many more things that weren't shown to me. For a long time I thought that I heard some strange noises that I could hardly separate from the roaring sound of the sea that accompanied the storm, which I didn't dare mention when I saw that the others were unaware of this. I can now say with certainty that this forest is not for sane people. It is a place where night creatures gather to worship Nyx by dancing, howling, jumping from tree to tree, and sacrificing in the underground passageways. And I don't want to go to that rotten place which now belongs once more to the forest. Nyx. It's a kind of killed. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a note like that again. 7:18. I think I dropped my digital organizer in the well during my mad rush out. Oh yeah, you did do that. Which frightens me to consider. I couldn't find it, although I searched everywhere in here. In my apartment, which is downtown, and in my office. This is very bad for a forgetful person like me, who sometimes can't even remember something that happened even an hour ago. Well, that's the same with me. However, I don't want to go down there even one more time to get my digital organizer. After all the craziness, isn't it ironic that I'm still staying here of my own volition? Tape. Ready.
Old and now unused Moreland Cemetery, Brengston, 2:48 a.m., 5th of October 2010.
Seems normal. It's the demons. A long track. Does it loop? Are you meant to just listen, or are you supposed to advance it at some point? Which one's track 2? He didn't say. It's in the note, but... I'm sure that's nothing.
In a cave near the Northwood Forest, 4:22 p.m., 14th of November 2010.
Okay, cave. I don't know how long you're meant to listen to these. Or if you even have to at all, for that matter. Probably the well one is important. They're probably just meant to be mostly creepy, I would assume. But we let the first one run for quite a while. Then I'm pretty sure it was looping. I might be wrong, though.
By the well in my cellar, 10:56 p.m., 13th of February 2011.
The well. To monsters. Is that a whale? Could be the rat. Maybe it is Dreams of the Witch House. There's that rat in Dreams of the Witch House.
In my bedroom, 3:13 a.m., 12th of March, 2011.
Brown Jenkins, yeah. It's Brown Jenkins. Someone's in the walls.
In the well, 9:42 p.m., 22nd of May, 2011.
In the well. I don't know. You didn't say what this one is.
In Ivar's cabin, 3:07 a.m., 5th of July, 2011.
Ivar. It's just a thunderstorm. Maybe it's a ghost. I don't know what this one is. Well, some of them have more than one track, I think. So I think this is still the cabin or whatever. Is that a doggy? Doggies. I don't really know what we're listening for, but I guess... Other than maybe this is just creepy noises. And we need to find... When will the triumphant witch be reborn? I definitely... There was something we read about it. Witch, but... Something about different urban legends or whatever, I think. I don't know if it was one of the ones we could underline, though. I don't think it was. And I don't think it was even in this house. I think it was... I think it might have been in our house. Hell, I don't know. Wardrobe locked. This is about the different hallucinogen or something. Besides that password, I don't know what else we're even looking for. I don't think we were able to go... anywhere over here, were we? We went in here, but... It's dark in here. The one with the, I think compared to all the other ones, the worst thing about this one is how slow all the movement is. It's unusually slow. There's like a mask there, but we can't look at it. I don't know if we need like a lantern first or something. That book? Oh. It's one of these things. Case of Alfonso Ruger. Summarized below are known psychological problems caused by taking a hallucinogenic mixture called Varshay during heightened emotional state, e.g. excessive anger, worry, fear, etc. These psychological problems can sometimes be extremely harsh and can even lead to permanent madness. Oh no, the madness! That's what we're getting. It is known that some esoteric ethnic groups use this secret mixture in their religious rites and festivals. A typical example of this can be found in the notes of the famous occultist and philosopher Alfonso Ruger, dated October 2nd, 1833. His notes cover the period of time from October 11th. Hey, that's the death date, October 11th. Oh no, it's 21st. Never mind. Of the character that, or the person we're investigating. October 1832 to the time of his death, 12th November 1833. For more information, please refer to the book Dverche, A Black Void, which relates to his experiences with Dverche and was compiled after his death from his handwritten records. October 2nd, 1833. After extensive trials, I can say that Dverche has profound effects. Its ability to alter consciousness is unbelievable. Unfortunately, my detailed research has only uncovered a few fragments of information about this mixture. Even though its effects are short-lived, the experience is very powerful. It is difficult to describe, but I would say that it pushes the soul to its very limits. I must add that I feel a strange sensation from it, as though it creates an emptiness inside the body, but, of course, these are very vague descriptions of my experiences. Perhaps someone else would describe it differently. I guess that's all that's in there. Why is the darkness so dark? Oh yeah, this is the bathtub room. No sink, though. locked, I think. It's not locked. No, this is the well. Never mind. After that strange incident, I am not returning there ever again. Oh, alright then. Fair enough. Oh, this is This was locked. It's still locked. Look how long it takes to say it's locked. It's kind of weird. I kind of think it doesn't run properly, but I'm not completely sure. Hard to know with this stuff. I assume we have to get this little organizer open, and then we get some new locations to go to. The movement. It's so slow. There's definitely a book I found that talked, but I don't think it talked about, like, being resurrected or anything. $8.11. I and my nightmares. I know a poem called Time of the Triumphant Witch, but yeah. One of my favorite poems. That's what I remember seeing. Absolutely, this is his book. We did read things. Time of the Triumphant Witch. It was noisome, bleak, and stormy night. That night after my friend Harold Gallo died. He was just 18, so full of life and bright, found dead, alone in his home at the riverside. Then, as the storm was roaring, trees swung left to right. I heard that awful story. 18 years old. Yeah, they're 18. I heard that awful story now carved in my mind. It was about a witch who will not be seen in daylight. She was betrayed by our people, cursed the town, and died. She lived in the forest, too close to our town, so none would dare to enter from dusk until dawn. Seldom she came here to buy some food or a gown, and never said bad things, nor caused us any harm. Still, the young ones of the town, their fear grew great. They said to the people, "Witch must be burnt as such." But the old ones stood against, said, "Curb your hate." They cried, "Betraying her brings trouble far too much." Yet the young ones, scared, thought that she could be burnt so fast. And they called the witch hunters to burn her down to dust. Without proper inquisition, they put her in a cage. No words come from her mouth, neither any curse nor rage. As the devouring red flames shone before my eyes, those damned hellish words were heard within her painful cries. "You'll pay for this foolish act with your own children's lives. They'll die when they're 18. This will be your woeful prize." Thus the story ends here, but the curse endures anew. 6 children have died with the sign of the witch on their brow. At the same night comes the next morn. We've had a newborn, and this sign, so rumors say, numbers when she'll be reborn. Yes, I'd seen that sign before, just before Harold died. No natural death, he killed himself that night. He always acted strange, but last in my sight, he seemed not quite himself, like a doll can be thrown aside. I snuck into Gallo's home and found a spot to hide. Then he came in silence and went up, like knight arrayed, clad in black, face pale moonlight, eyes so wide, and his chamber was changed, mirrors all around displayed. Then I followed him upstairs, as silent as a thief. what I saw was too much for me. My beliefs crack beneath. His chamber door was not closed, so closed. To me, he held his back. But I saw a reflection of pale face, colored with bloody awful relief. He was carving the sign 11 on his brow with an old rusty blade. Then he cut his own throat so quick he did not hesitate, and fell down to the floor, still alive and shaking in pain so great. Then I ran away into the night. All I could feel was coldest dread. This is the story I have kept in this soul of mine. Everything started for me on the 1st of April, 1699. That was the date on which Harold's soul took flight, and I'm sure will be the witch's triumphant night. 1699. 6 children died under the curse. There were mirrors in the house in which the writer snuck. See, I wouldn't have guessed mirrors was... Gallo carved the sign 11 on himself. Or XI. Maybe it's not 11, but it probably is. April 1699. The date Gallo killed himself. Monstrance Eye. Is this a different one? It is. So 1699. No? Plus 18 maybe? No? $18 old. 6 children died. 11 mirrors. When will the triumphant witch be reborn? When? Yep. Pointy clicky. Yeah, but when's the witch going to be reborn? When? Everything started for me 1st of April, 1699. Sure, tomorrow will be the, April 2nd? Tomorrow will be the witch's triumphant night. That wasn't one of the things we underlined, though. Triumphant witch be reborn. Tomorrow, 1st of April, that used to be the 2nd of April, but that's not the answer. Hey, Quietiger. Why is 6 children dying being important? An important clue. Why is that a clue? Mirrors all around, so I guess that could be a 9 instead of an 11, but that doesn't help. Or does it? Or does it? It probably doesn't help, but maybe it does. Nope, it doesn't help. When will they be reborn? That even... When will the triumphant witch be reborn? I don't know. I still don't... I have to, like, organize my brain Better? Hints. Okay, so I was right about the mirrors and that being a 9. But reverse sign, but I don't know what that has to do with anything else. Better change my point of view. Learn Witch's Curse. Each child will die at 18. 6 children have died. 1699, when the writer saw Gallo kill himself. Could the 11 instead be a 9? XI. IX. Sign shows 9. Since 6 children died, 3 are left. Oh. Duh. Three children. That still doesn't help me. If a child dies every 18 years, for 3 children, 18 times 3 is 54. Years should pass. So can the rebirth date be 1699 plus 54 equals 1753? Sure, why not? Enter date. Can't do anything. Is it loading again? Yeah, I guess so. Organizer date entry. Why would that matter? Couldn't you just put in today? Do we have to have that right? Or is this to find... You have to like search by date. That'd be a weird way to do an organizer though. The delete button doesn't work. That's the only way to find... You can't just search entries? What kind of organizer is this? Now we gotta go to the calendar. I think. Which was... back... It seems like a terrible organizer. If you want to know what you have to... From something from a certain date, you have to remember the date. I guess it would be too easy if it made sense. You know. Where was the calendar? It was upstairs. Press the any key. You think it does day first or month first? January 7th, 2011. February 1st, 0201. But then there's the 4th and the... I don't know what these other days are then. This is the worstest organizer. It doesn't organize. Jim. It doesn't make sense.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Stupid man thing!
Yeah, the meeting at Ivar's place. That's what I was looking for.
Help me, please!
The escape. Well, it requires a date to display the contents. I have no idea what date I should enter. I guess I just don't have the info. But where else? What am I looking for? That's the other problem. McKenna check his answering machine. I could go back to his office. Maybe there's something there. Whenever you move, it like has to slowly line the screen up for whatever reason before it phases forward. This is is Loath Nolder's office. I don't think he's going to have the date I need. Calendar's 5 years old. Hmm. I mean, I tried the death day. Shovel with mud. Christopher T. Dredden. It's got to be in the house, but where? What am I looking for? Did you guys figure out the date? Did you? Seven, 18, 11. I don't think that's the date, though, just because this isn't a document we can... Did this guy not put anything in his organizer? What? What's this calendar for, then? None of these dates do anything. Okay, they do month purse, but... No hints available. I don't think these dates would be in the organizer. 1833. I don't even know where to look. And it takes so long to get anywhere. I don't know what I might have missed. Could be anything, but... What's the date for the organizer? $5.11. That's what I was trying to figure out, the Ivar's tome. Or I assumed it was related to Ivar. Meeting at Ivar's cabin, about 10 miles northwest of the old windmill. On the cliff right in front of Siren's Reef. This is the location of Ivar's place. I should go there immediately. But should probably discover more about what happened to Clark there. Dude, the loading or whatever it's doing. Yeah, it's not for, it wasn't for effect when it went dark for a while. Like it's really, something makes it load really slow. I don't feel so well. What is happening to me? We have the madness. That's what's happening. I wonder if it's one of those weird things like core affinity or whatever, you know, like if I should lock this game to a single core or something goofy like that. Those can cause some weird problems in older games. I just don't feel like this game is running correctly. I feel tired. I better go home and rest for a bit. Second nightmare? Look how long it's taking. And it's gonna pop up as some text or something, probably. I feel better now. Oh, did we rest? What? But my head is still aching. I better get some sleep. But look how long it took the text. I better rest now. Dark screen. Music, though. Uh-oh. The rope. Huh? What is happening? How did I come to this sinister place? I have to get out of here. The rope won't hold me up. Doe! Huh? Metal Gear Solid 4 in 1 month? Whoa, oh! Where are we? There's a skelly. Look how long it's forcing me to like look at the ground though. Like this can't be right. There it goes. But still, something's wrong with the way the game is running. Has to be. Skeleton. Oh, I could take the bones? Okay. Now one bone. Free femur. And a torch. Got an extra femur just in case, though. Strange. A blue fire. Yep. I can't open it, it's stuck. Why can't you just open it? Just oh, the femur. It's stuck, damn it. Needs to use his abnormally huge bone, which is actually how it describes it. There's a small opening in the door. This bone is too thick to fit inside. Oh. Need something thinner.
Locked!
Yeah. An abnormally huge bone. We don't have any other. Why can't I grab like one of these feet bones? Maybe the feet bone could open it. Or one of their disc bone. Rock? The bone can't open it. There's nothing under it. It's just an ordinary rock. Well, why? It hit the... I can use this rock to break the bone. Okay. I'll do it then. Alright, I broke a piece off the bone. Now it may fit in the door. Why does it say I've only played for an hour 23 minutes? That doesn't seem right. The whole game is running slow. That's what's happening. I don't know why, but I think the whole game runs slow. My CPU is not strong enough. Oh, hello. What's with the, like, duck hat? Upgrade PC. There's probably, like, something... one of those things where the game has issues with modern PCs. Like I said, like maybe it's like a core affinity thing or something weird. Free ring. This ring. Yeah. What's this doing here? It's mine now. What was this? Does it match the ring that was in our drawer with the gun? I don't think it did, but you didn't really let you look at it. Is this where the mail goes? Cthulhu's mail? Probably not. Oh god, gears! Of course it's gears. Question is, do we have all the gears? Coggers. I'll pick it back up. Why do they do the puzzle this way? Instead of just putting them all down, you know? You can't even tell which is which in here. Are they all the same size? So it's... after you put it down, its size changes. Maybe they're all the same size. Your pleasure. Seems to me, though, that... seems like something's missing. I don't think I can use it here. Okay, well, we need something. I'm probably missing some gears. Gears of War? Yeah, I never played that game. Some roots are broken by breaking that stone wall and entwine this block to reach the upper level. Bug. Where's it going? What is it? What am I looking at? Yeah, what did he just say? A crypt? I can't open it. It's stuck. Damn it. What can you do? God, it's moving so slow. Shiver. Yeah, we probably could have done pretty well in Shivers. Let's have 120 FPS. I think dialogue speed will matter. I mean, I can restart it real fast, see if there's something that's gone wrong with like alt tabbing and stuff. I mean, it has good atmosphere and stuff. What I don't understand is why it's running like this.
What the hell?
The hell?
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing they like.
Let me try something.
What is this?
What is this? Yeah, it's a crank. I mean, look how slow you investigate like everything. It's crazy. It's stuck. There's no way. Yeah, something's off. But I don't know how to fix it. Hello? Never seen this. You've seen this game before and it hasn't been like this? Cthulhu? I hear something speaking, or am I imagining things? Yeah, I just feel like there's no way it should be doing this. Where'd my other saves go? At least this save is still here, but... DXVK can sometimes fix weird compatibility or weird things, but like I've had it help with some games, like older games that just don't work well on modern Windows. I've had help with like Alone in the Dark 2008 and Deadly Premonition. Did I hear someone speaking, or am I imagining things? I don't know. When a game works... When I test a game on Linux, because it's not working on Windows and it works right away, sometimes I'll try DXVK. PC Gaming Wiki says DXVK for this game? Oh, for Sonic Transformed. It's something that can fix an old game that just doesn't work right anymore. Or maybe never worked right to begin with. Yeah, and it can also fix things like Alt-Tab. It can do that. It's weird. It just has, like... Solve the cogs. Solve the cogs. I don't know. I've thrown DXVK into a lot of old games and had it help. Yeah, DG Voodoo 2 can fix a lot of old games as well. Hello? Hello? He claimed it happens to every system. It's just something that can sometimes work. I'm sure there's often a way to play it without DXVK, but some people won't be able to without DXVK. Am I hearing things? I just heard someone speaking and knocking sounds. What's that? There's a symbol. No idea what it depicts. Not that. I don't know if this... I got a D3D error in this one, so I don't know if this is even using DirectX 9. I don't know what this is doing. It probably is, though. Hey, it doesn't matter if it's anecdotal, as long as it works. We don't know, anytime I use DXVK to fix something, I don't know why it works. And I have no evidence, except that it worked for me. It's just something I try. Same with DG Voodoo 2. Yeah, and it can fix Alt Tab as well. DREP, is that for direct, whatever D3D, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this one... None of them have proper testing. It's just things people have done to get things to work. Or have tried. This symbol. Like maybe I should try DXVK right now. Although I don't know if this is actually using DirectX. I assume it has to be. Do it right now? Wait. Hello? Seems the same, yeah. No, I don't think this is even using, I don't know what this is doing. You just add the DLLs, but like like when it crashed earlier and I had a D3D error, or not a DirectX error. Maybe DG Voodoo 2. This seems too new for that, though. Right, oh. Was I using free or fixed? Okay, that's... Yeah, I was on fixed. That's why I was confused. It uses D3D... Okay, so it's probably on Vulkan now, but like... Does Alt Tab work better? I haven't really tried it. Hello? Do with all these symbols? Different window mode? Maybe. Someone there? Is it a tree? What am I even doing here? There's like a config thing, but there's a few things you could do with it, like put in like a refresh rate or something, but it wasn't a lot. I didn't touch the config tool though. I like how to erase 3 of my saves. There was only 1 left. Why? But see, I'm at 360 FPS. But this makes it when I examine items, they go like really fast. Because see, the problem with this is, look at this. Like, that's if I barely tap it. Which examining items wasn't... It's locked to the frame rate. Okay, well, this is fine. Yeah, what's weird is it was still slow at like 120 FPS too, so it's something conflict with... It wants your like native refresh rate, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, this is... like, I don't know if it's just the frame rate now, or... Like, it's supposed to be smooth like this at 60 FPS as well, right? But it's like... like, if I mess with it at all, it maybe gets out of sync? I don't know what it wants me to do here. Well, if I capped the frame rate at 120, it still ran pretty slow. So I'm not sure if it's just speeding up everything, if that's all that's happening, or if it's something to do with something to do with the refresh rate. Who's knocking? Hello? What do you want? No. Won't work. Symbol matches the one on the ring. Can this be related? No. I better investigate the coffin. Well, he is dead. Whoa! Yeah, this makes more sense. This tomb is... What is the meaning of this? Of course, the dialogue goes by way faster, too. I can barely read it. So there's like some kind of... I feel sleepy. Didn't I sleep enough last night? Huh? What? I slept for 2 days? How could this happen? Discover that you slept for 2 days. Achieved. I can put that on click. Speed! Oh, damn, look at that speed. It's very sensitive now, I guess. Still, definitely better this way. Yeah, what's this ring? We didn't actually get the ring. Yeah, we probably would be... I don't know how much further we'd be, but it definitely, like, massively slowed us down. Dreamcatcher. It's how to protect owner from nightmares. Do I have any messages? I slept for 2 days.
No new messages.
I don't know what we're trying to do right now. No, no friends. I've never had those. 2 days of sleep. Doctor? Right, I better take my medicine again. I don't want to get run down. Whoa. What's this? No, that definitely, like, screwed up the pacing of the game really bad. It made kind of an... Who put this here? So it needs to match the refresh rate of your monitor, I guess. Or you end up dividing the speed by whatever, I don't know. 11/11/2011 or 10/11/2011. Meeting at the cabin after midnight. Gerald. What, are we gonna have a fight or something? What's happening? What? The taste. The drug has a different taste. What is going on? This is not my drug. Maybe Arthur could help me. Arthur.
Hello, Arthur.
Howard, how are you feeling?
I need a favor, Arthur. I found something, and I need you to get it analyzed for me.
What? You're not still on about that case. You're supposed to be getting some rest, mate. That's what you need. Let someone else worry about the work for a change.
You're right, I know. It's not the case. It's something else. Arthur, I'm asking you as a favor. Will you help me?
All right. I'm going out of town soon. Bring it into the office and I'll have it checked out when I get back.
Out of town? Where are you going?
Just personal business, mate. I'll be back in a few days.
Oh, okay, Arthur. Take care.
You too, Howard. See you.
See ya.
Hi, Arthur. Wait, did we even ask him about the medicine? I guess that's what we're going to have him... I guess we're going to bring it in and he's going to check it. Yeah, so I'm guessing if you have like a 60 refresh rate monitor, then it'll just run at 60 and be normal speed, but it is weird though still, because like if I examine an item, it's definitely not supposed to be like this. So I don't know if it's purely frame rate that's, or some, you know. On the config file, why not? I don't know. On the config file, the highest you could do was like 200. I wonder... So I wonder if we're now faster than the game is supposed to be. I don't know. But like all the animations look normal. Well, I can force the frame rate. I'll leave the medicine bottle here. But if I lower the frame rate, like even at 120 FPS, like the game was at 1/3 speed or something. I don't know. It was weird. I suppose Arthur could find it here. Like this does appear now faster than it should be. You know, those transitions that just happened and stuff. But closer to where it should be, but still a little faster than it should be. VSync's not going to help. I have a 360 refresh rate monitor. It's going to... Oh, force my refresh rate through Windows. So you're saying force my monitor to 120 or something and... Yeah, I have a 360 refresh rate monitor. 165. 165's fine. See, this looks normal though, but this is like a pre-rendered cutscene. Goat. Or was it a deer? I don't even know. Were those horns or ears? Who's that? Huh? Yeah, see, like that turn. It seems a bit fair. Who stands at the top of a cliff in a place like this? Hello? This man. I know him from somewhere. You do? Ah, yes. He must be Edwin Pickman, one of my favorite poets. On a Mobius monitor? Who was a Mobius?
Hello?
Hello?
Can I ask you a question? You're Edwin Pickman, aren't you? The poet?
Yes, I think.
Thank you.
I am he. I am Pickman.
It's a
I am
real
Pickman.
pleasure to meet you, Mr. Pickman. My name's Howard. I'm a great fan of your work. Do you need help? Is there a problem?
Problem? Yes, there's a problem. A bigger problem than you could ever possibly imagine.
Please, sir, just calm down and tell me what the problem is. We're out here in the middle of nowhere and you don't seem to have a car. Do you need help getting out of here?
No, I can handle everything by myself, I assure you.
That's okay. I'm sorry to have... Thank you. Goodbye, sir.
Well. Goodbye. Enjoy the cliff. Huh? Where did he go? I just turned back. And he... I can't see anything. It's too misty. But he was our favorite poet. Where'd paper go? From the eyes and evil hate, I've learned to hide in the darkest shade, but before the time of cursed date, I'll dare to leave the shadows. I still haven't played Pragmata. The best Capcom game in 5 years. Is it that good? I don't know what happened. I was gonna play it, but I got sidetracked and then RE9. Half of RE9 is good. He disappeared so silently that even I can't tell if he was real. Is this one of my dreams? Will I awaken in my bed again? I want to leave this desolate place immediately. Modern shooter slot? Modern shooters are just point and clicks, though, if you think about it. You just click on the enemy and you point at them and then click on them. Only the silent, sleepy, staring houses in the backwoods can tell all that has lain hidden since the early days. And they are not communicative, being loath to shake off the drowsiness which helps them forget. Sometimes one feels that it would be merciful to tear down these houses, for they must often dream. H.P. Lovecraft. Is this the witch house? Must be the cabins mentioned in Mr. Field's notes. It's very hard to find. I had to leave my car at the road and walk a long way through the forest to get here. This place looks very old. I wonder why someone would want to build in such a desolate place like this. It's far away from even the closest road. What happened to my first an hour and 42 minutes? See, here's the thing. Like, it was slowing down time as well. Like, it's so weird. 2-hour cutscenes. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm tired, though. RoboCop, I didn't play the DLC, but RoboCop was cool. Stellar Blade I haven't played. I don't know. Death Stranding. Yeah. I'm tired now. But at least we fixed it. So I guess we'll finish this tomorrow, because it was moving so slow, I wasn't sure I'd want to finish it tomorrow. But now that it's fine, I guess it's fine. But I'm tired. Yeah, when we finished Death Stranding, the first one, it was like after like an 8-hour stream, and I had to. There was the 3-hour cutscene. It was horrible. It was like I just wanted to go to sleep. All right, we finish that tomorrow. I don't know how much is left. I don't know how long that game is to begin with, but anyway. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a good night, everybody. And I'll see everyone next time. Good night, everyone.